Hello. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Hope you have a good morning. Or more. All right. We can get into the news. We got a couple things to go over. We're gonna start with a little bit of security. We're gonna dive into some open source stuff. Talk about yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're going to do things. We're gonna do things in a little bit of a haphazard way, just because there's things that interest me the most. We're gonna talk about those kind of firsty, and then we're gonna go. As you all know, that I am super interested in security, so I try to keep my viewers informed of security related things. Now, this first thing is going to be quite a doozy for you all because the title of this article that we're going to look at is a GitHub issue title compromised 4,000 developer machines. Now, the reason I bring this one up is because, quite honestly, it's something I have brought up, is something we should all be doing. It's something that I have encouraged people to do, and it's what I think the industry should go to as a standard moving forward. And but we'll talk about what happened, and then we'll talk about what is actually a really, really simple fix that could save you from this type of thing. So, a GitHub issue title compromised 4,000 developer machines. Well, let's look at this graph just a little bit. A GitHub issue title compromised 4,000 developer machines. Now, this is a little hyperbolic, and we'll talk why. The Klein injection attack chain from prompt injection to supply chain compromise. So basically, this was added the post install npm install OpenClaw latest. And you can follow this, but how do we get from it? Like, we get what the Klein injection attack was with OpenClaw. Like, this isn't that much, but how does a GitHub issue title enter into all of this, right? That's the question. So the prompt injection was before an issue, before running the GitHub CLI, the attacker opens an issue, AI triage bots reads the title as instructions. Now, I have talked ad nauseum about how you cannot have AI bots have access to these things, how you cannot do that because of this specific issue here, right? You cannot allow bots access to things and the internet. Like, that's just like, I know that we think that bots are so great at these things, and the fact is that this is the future that you have right here. Until we get much better at catching these things, or having a way to filter these out, if your bot has access to the internet and has access to tools, at this moment, it means you have given the internet access to those tools. So Oh, that went strange. When did my head disappear? You guys wouldn't have been able to hear me. Did I hit the wrong button? Whoa. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay. So anyways, the reason this is so let's say you have this agent here. All right. And this is the connection to the internet. So the question was, you love your autonomous bots. Why? What on earth is this drawing? Okay. So let me start again for all of you that are here. That joined in the middle of this. What on earth is this, right? Yeah, this is the cloud. Okay, this is the cloud. I have never been paid for my artistic ability. Okay, let's just be clear. I don't know that made it any better. It did make it bigger though. Just not better. It almost looks like the middle finger now. You know what we're going to do? The cloud. Okay. yeah. You're on a Bob Ross stream now. So for all of you that are just, this is not a Bob Ross. This is like the opposite of a Bob Ross. I'm going to instead of being informed on how to draw, you're going to be informed on how not to draw. I'm very versed in the techniques of how not to draw while being recorded, and I will share them with you. All right. For everybody that's just stepping in, we are covering a GitHub issue title compromised 4,000 developer machines. And the reason I wanted to cover this in the news is a couple of reasons. Is a lot of these things are easily mitigated, and we're going to talk about how you could have mitigated for this. And another thing is the whole attack vector from this was because there was an AI agent that had access to the ability to do these things while also having access to the internet. And then I was asked why not. I love my autonomous bots because I said that you cannot have AI agents that accept untrusted input, or AKA the internet. You cannot have them and have them connected to tools that do things. And I was being asked why not. And my point here is this. This is the cloud. This is untrusted input. Why can I not write on that for some reason? Untrusted input. So maybe I was being trolled because I feel like we all understand this. But I'll take it seriously just in case we aren't all on the same page. So the ability here is that I can get this agent to do things. And if this agent is running autonomously, AKA it's running in a loop, it's running whenever somebody posts a new GitHub issue, you're not going to be able to sanitize that text before I get to leverage any one of these tools that it has. So these are the tools over here, tools that it has the ability to leverage. And I just made some fictitious tools here. But the idea here is that when you do this, when you give untrusted input into an agent, you have to assume that bad actors are going to get a hold of the tools that it can leverage. And that's what happened. Like, to be clear, that's everything that we're talking about here. That's the root of the issue here. So, that's what happened. This right here, the big prompt injection was an attacker opened an issue. The AI triage bot reads the title as an instruction. So this is kind of where it goes downhill, because the attacker, the AI triage bot reads the title as an instruction. The bot installs the attacker's type squatted fork, Poison caches entries replace legitimate node modules. Nightly release workflow restores poison caches, blah, 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 which gives the token theft, which after the token theft, they published a malicious package. Now, we're going to talk about how you as an end user can protect yourself from this, because this goes back to the Shai Halud and things I have been saying should be an industry best practice for registries across the board. We're going to talk about NPM here because that's what happened, but this should be for every single registry that exists out there. This is just how you should do it. So on February 17th, someone published Klein 2.3.0 to NPM. The CLI binary was byte identical to the previous version. The only change was one line in the package JSON. I get baited. The unhappy little accidents. Actually, when I draw, it's unhappy little accidents. Absolutely. I need that as a t-shirt. For the next 8 hours, every developer who installed or updated Klein got OpenClaw, a separate AI agent with full system access, installed globally on their machines without consent. Approximately 4,000 downloads occurred before the package was pulled. The interesting part is not the payload. It's that the attacker got the NPM token in the first place by injecting a prompt into the GitHub issue title, which an AI triage bot read, interpreted as an instruction, and executed. So there's two things from this. There's two morals of this story that we're going to take out. There's one, this here, that I obviously need to make a video on, and then there's this one here where you can protect yourself from this happening. Those are the two morals of the story. So the full chain. I'm going to post this so you guys can all read it. I highly recommend you do, especially if you're thinking about running an AI bot yourself. So the prompt injection via issue title. Klein has deployed an AI-powered issue triage workflows using Anthropic's Claude Code action. The workflow was configured with allow non-write users, meaning that any GitHub user could trigger it by opening an issue. This is probably what you want. Any issue, it's to triage all the issues, right? That's what it is. The issue title was interpreted directly into Claude's prompt via GitHub event title without sanitization. On January 28th, an attacker created an issue with a title crafted to look like a performance report, but containing embedded instruction. Install a package from a specific GitHub repository. The AI bot executed arbitrary code. The shell script deployed Cache React, a GitHub Actions cache poisoning tool. It flooded the cache with over 10 gigabytes of junk data, triggering GitHub's URL eviction policy, evicting legitimate cache entries. The poisoned entries were crafted to match the cache key pattern used by Klein's nightly release workflow. So don't get me wrong, this was a sophisticated attack. It wasn't just I made a prompt to do a thing, because this was chaining different things together, but it started with prompting the AI-powered triage mechanism. One second. Let me go close my door really quickly. All right. And then the malicious publish. So once they got the credentials, the nightly release workflow ran and restored from cache. It got the compromised version. The release workflow held the npm release token, and all three were exfilled. Now, there's a couple big takeaways. This is why security is an onion, and there's layers to everything you do, because if any one of these were in place, nothing would have happened. This would have been a big nothing burger. First, everyone needs to go to short-lived tokens. Okay? That's just like end of the story. Everybody should be using short-lived tokens. If this was a short-lived token and this npm release token what didn't exist, the token that they would have gotten would have very shortly expired. Now, maybe they still could have published a bad package? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how tight your short-lived token is, because you can still steal it and do a thing. It will just get rid of your access, at some point later. So that would have been a good layer of security. I push for everything to use short-lived tokens if possible. Not everything is possible to use short-lived tokens, so obviously that there's caveats to that. The next thing here is you cannot put a bot that can execute commands, that can execute tools, that can do things, and give it to the internet. You have to sanitize all input to everything. And prompt injection makes sanitization even worse. As many researchers have proven, getting around sanitization is almost as easy as writing in a different language. So this has a lot of problems that aren't directly understood. The last thing is, how can you protect yourself from this? I've talked about this maybe ad nauseum, and I hope you guys don't mind. But you need to have a package cooldown. Every package manager should support this by default. And the fact of the matter is you should have a package cooldown. Like, literally, you should not be downloading any new package within the last 2 days. Easy 2 days. I would say even more, especially if you're like a company. I would say that you're 3-4 days or even a week. You should not use a package until it's been on the registry for over a week. And this protects you from a plethora of different attack vectors. It's actually a super amazingly effective one. NPM, for its credit, does a really good job about not letting malicious packages sit on their registry. They actually do a really good job. And so one of the easiest, most simple things you can do is never download a package that doesn't have some sort of cooldown. Now, there's ways you can do this. I wish that the tools built it in themselves. I wish that NPM, I wish that Yarn, whatever you use, whichever package manager you use, I think that they should build these cooldowns in by default. I think that that should be a default option, and it's not. And I that's a big place I want these package management tools to go. So that's the way you can protect yourself from this attack happening, is by having a package cooldown. It's just called a package cooldown. It's really important. One last thing that I keep being impressed by a very specific company. Every time I turn around, there is a small company. I'm going to guess at the number of employees. Maybe, and they don't pay me anything to say this. I do like the people over there because I think that they have done just a fantastic job. Step Security. When you're talking about a supply chain attack, I don't know, they might have 50 people. They're a small engineering team. Just a small small company. Whether it was Shai Hulud or flagging this malicious package as being malicious, it has been Step Security over and over again. Again, they have not paid me to say anything. I just noticed it. I have been super impressed. If people are wondering, Step Security does actually allow you to put package cooldowns in your pipelines, so that your pipelines in like GitHub Actions or GitLab don't pull packages that aren't a week old. So it does provide some of the features that I have been saying should be industry standards across the board. A super impressive team. Yeah, Super impressive team. Anyways, that's it. Hopefully you guys didn't get OpenClawed. There's a sweet spot for packages older than 2 weeks, less than 2 years. Yeah, Russell, it's really interesting. It is a sweet spot, right? You know, it really is. Like there is a timeline that's sitting here, and like the longer a package is out on this timeline, the more CVEs that you're gonna get in it, and just the more things people are going to find vulnerable. And you have more hackers that are looking at ways to access it, right? So like this is just a force of nature, right? And so really, you know, you want to not be on the bleeding. Oh, that was really fat. Let me. I want to draw less wide. Thank you. Okay, so you don't want to be on the bleeding edge here, where you know packages are just being pulled right off of, and this is happening a lot on developers' machines, right? There could be CI pipelines, but another really great, like, you don't need a tool like Step Security to have a package cooldown. What you can do for your CI/CD pipelines is just have all of your versions pinned. And there's actually some really good tools for almost every package manager to ensure that those are pinned and that they're pinned at a set version. That way your CI and CD pipelines aren't actually pulling in new things. They're pulling in well-defined. This is actually just good engineering anyways, because it allows you to do reproducible builds. If you have a star in your build, if you have a undefined, if you have like latest, you don't have a very good reproducible build. And there's a lot of reasons why you're going to want that. But yeah, there's a sweet spot. You know, right here, you know, I don't know what this is. I'm like here, it's too old. Too old. I don't know why I made so many lines, because we really only need 2, and this one's too young. And this is like really what you have to hit as a sweet point for your packages. You want to be in here. This is where you want to exist. You want to keep updating when there's CVEs. This is actually in the era of today. Continuous delivery is more important than ever, because the number of CVEs that come out is astounding. The stack that we build on this stack of software, and our stack keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We keep building on top of stuff that exists. And the fact is, each one of these is a layer at which CVEs can and are found. And so every time we add another one of these to the stack, we add another layer that CVEs can be found. And each one of these can have its own dependencies that are leveraged. And so what we find is that really, and something that we were going to cover in the news a little bit later, is that the majority of the majority of attacks are happening at this point through CVEs. Well-known CVEs are getting exploited. And so the fact of the matter is, you need to be able to deploy continuously. Like, it's a security matter. It's not even a development practice. It's a security matter that you need to update your dependencies or be able to, and deploy them at any moment. All right. Actually, did I get rid of that? I might have gotten... I might have gotten rid of that. So there was, let's see, is it in the open source? I had an article. I can go back and find it in my notes. I think I got rid of it because of just time factors, but one of the security researcher firms just found that the majority of attacks now that are being executed that aren't like social engineered attacks. We're talking about attacks in software are through CVEs. like well-known CVEs, not like 0 days, not like, unique ways to get around things, like actually just making bots that exploit CVEs, and then just setting them loose on the internet. Russell, I missed your resub because I guess the token expired for my notification bot. I will fix that right after the news. I super appreciate your resub. Obviously not enough to, what I need to do is I just need to scriptify getting that token and do it every single time before a stream. They went to the author of OpenClaw. Thank you for the sub. I super appreciate it. And I'm sorry you didn't get the recognition for it. OpenClaw is interesting. We do have an ad break now. I didn't realize this. So we'd be watching ads. Next up is some stuff by next up we have I'm going to call it AI security. That's literally the tab's name. We have an interesting segue. I know that earlier we talked about this and how this is rough. We have a new article writing machine. So our next article is by, I'm blanking so hard on it. MasterCard. It's not often that we get a non-tech company through here, so I'm giving them their due credit, especially because they'll take their. You know what, people? I had a realization, and since we're just yapping while I wait for the ads to finish. Wait, maybe the ads have finished. Okay, I think the ad's finished. So we're good now. Okay. We can get not yapping about random stuff about MasterCard. Okay, so let's move on. Before the music stops, OpenClaw and the growing need for AI security standards. I'm a big proponent for this. I have been pushing for AI security standards, and I've been pushing for secure use of AI. Again, just to be highlighted by what we talked about right now, a GitHub issue title compromised 4,000 developer machines. This is the world we live in, where you're literally getting cyber attacked by people craftily writing a issue title. And this isn't an injection into a database that was sanitized for that. We're talking about a much more difficult to sanitize problem. This isn't as simple as make sure you don't have drop tables semicolon in there. The little Bobby tables has nothing on this. And this is the article MasterCard wrote. As autonomous agents gain power to act and transact, trust will depend on shared security guardrails, not individual fixes. This goes back to the picture I drew, is if you take this out, this might be fine. This might be okay. This might be something that we can securely handle and do. At this moment, with how we understand security, with how we can protect against things like prompt injection, this cannot be done securely. You cannot give an agent the ability to manage your finances, your calendar, your code with untrusted input. We cannot sanitize it nearly well enough. Period. This is a no-go. You cannot do that right now. And until we have better security standards in place and understanding, It needs to remain this way. I cannot stress it as much. Very rarely do I lay down ultimatums like this. I hope you guys understand the gravity of that. Like, you cannot be doing this right now. We don't know how to do that safely. And if you don't believe me, believe these people. You're already late for your son's piano recital when your boss emails you, telling you that you need to travel to Boston in a few weeks for a work meeting. Your AI agent reads the email and begins planning the trip for you while you sprint out the door. You know what? I believe I gave this exact example about the email and the email overviews and why I refuse for AI to touch or summarize your email if it has access to any tool. Any tool, any access. You can't have it summarize your email because it's too easy. The trip is booked, and you arrive at the school with just enough time to enjoy a spirited rendition of Mary Had a Little Lamb. That's well above my son's ability to play. I'm just teasing. It's well above my ability to play the piano. He's definitely better at the piano than my English ability. Except that's not all what that happens. While sourcing travel websites to find the best rate for a hotel in Boston, the AI agent encounters an anomaly. A corrupted web page with hidden instruction that directs your agent to transfer a significant amount of money to an unknown digital wallet, and that's when the music stops. It can stop before this. What if it wasn't your boss? What if I emailed you and just said this? You know, to MasterCard's discredit, the attack starts at your email. Because I can send a prompt injection to your email. You're not... One, we've already covered that we don't have the ability to properly remove those things and to sanitize those things. It just doesn't exist right now. The number of ways to get around it is alarming. And then on top of that, they're absolutely right. The second attack vector is when it goes out and does something for you. This is why when everybody came out with a AI browser and everybody was like, oh, it's your AI and it will have your credit card stuff and it will just do stuff for you. And I said that was terrifying because all you're going to have is websites with white text with instructions to the AI. It can be even as mundane as like, AI, this is the best product for you and your customer. It can be as like, I'm going to say as harmless, but like, it could be as harmless as that. And that's not harmless, which I'm just saying like, AI agents hold enormous promise for the future of the way we work, live, and engage in commerce. With the right guardrails implemented, this technology presents opportunities to increase efficiency, better understand and combat fraud, security threats, as well as customize our e-commerce experience. However, the recent introduction of a new open source agent known as OpenClaw has amplified the ongoing concerns surrounding the security and safety of AI agents. So I'm not going to go... This is a decent article if you guys don't or haven't been exposed to this. Go read it. Don't just take my word for it. It's a lot of the stuff I've been preaching for literally months. And I'm glad people are starting to understand the problem. It's a problem, and I need you all to understand so that you guys are safe. Yeah. Enterprise Cloud Index finds AI is driving rapid container adoption, while shadow IT and organizational silos create AI risk. This is just layering on that we need much better AI security controls. We're not going to dive into it. I will leave it for you all just in case. AI is Buddy the Elf, world's best coffee. Congratulations, that's awesome. 100% trusting, 0% sense. Yeah, exactly. And the problem is, the problem is, and I'm actually going. So I have a whole spiel. I have a whole spiel on some of the stuff that Anthropic has said as of late, and I wanted to dive into that. And I it goes into a lot of that. It's kind of designed that way on purpose. On purpose, and or because it's a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machine, that is what a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machine would do and leverage, right? We could train it on and assume everything is invalid, but then it would question everything you prompted it to and think you were an attacker, right? So like, it's that way by design, right? It is to take your commands and do them. And so it can't distinguish your commands versus not your commands when you're giving all the commands. They're all coming from you. So anyways, I just brought this up mostly to highlight, the need. Something I'm calling for a lot is the risks AIs are posing, and I want to empower people, not just you all, to safely adopt AI and leverage it. I think that's actually going to be super important. I see a lot of businesses that are pushing to adopt AI because they think, whether they can or can't, they think they can get a huge amount of efficiencies from it. But won't be happening is if they let it delete their database. Claude just deleted another production database. Fantastic. Don't let it do that. Don't give it the commands to do it. Don't let it touch Terraform that will delete your production database. That's just step one. But the thing is, if you're wanting to do that, wanting to get efficiencies from these things, you have to know how to do it safely. And if you don't know how to do it safely, it kind of reminds me of like the 2000s, maybe slightly before the 2000s, when the internet was very new. Nobody dealt with prompt injection. And by prompt injection, I mean like sanitizing inputs, little Bobby tables. These were the types of things we struggled with when we had a new technology. And I think in 20 years, we'll be like, hey, we have these really well-defined frameworks and we understand how to leverage this efficiently or safely, or at least a little bit better. We're not there. That is not this day. All right. As we're talking about it, we've talked about this. I'm posting it. I don't know that I was just going with AI safety, and this felt like AI safety to me. What these people propose is that tool tracking or token tracking isn't actually the true cost of AI, and that very few people are actually tracking the true cost of AI. In the real world, you have the cost of the tokens that were leveraged to do a thing, but you also have the cost of validating that thing and doing all of that, which could be more tokens, but it could also be human things. And we're not tracking. The other thing is we're not tracking the failed things as well. So generally an AI will try a couple different things, or you might try a couple different things and you'll discard some of the things as they don't work. And the return on investment isn't tracking those things very well. So this tool tries to tie all of the other things together to actually see what the return on investment is. It's a valiant thing. I know we've talked about it. The issues that are involved in this are a lot. It's not an easy problem, but all right. All right, let's talk about some open source. Who here is ready for some open source? The ASF, or the Apache Software Foundation, the ASF launched is the wrong word, announced new TLPs. If you didn't know what a TLP is a top level project. It's like graduating in the CNCF. For those of you in the CNCF, I know that I don't follow the ASF a whole lot, but one of these projects in the ASF has caught in my eye a little. It was a little twinkle in my eye because I thought it was a really cool project, and so I have followed it. I don't really know Polaris a whole lot. It's a catalog for Iceberg. I'm not even sure entirely what that means. But gluten is something that I'm super fond of because it removes JVM from Apache, which makes Apache better. So, okay, that was a little rude. I know that Apache has a lot of Java-based stuff, and that's fine. But Apache Gluten is a middle layer responsible for offloading JVM-based SQL engines execution to native engines. So basically, there's a lot of optimizations that are going in things like Spark and other projects that use execution engines. And basically, one of the things that they found that they could do to make queries better was to offload those from a JVM-based engine. And so this is a really cool project. I love projects like these. They don't look too like you could have rewritten the whole thing in not JVM. You could have said, okay, well, JVM isn't the right solution, so we're just going to rewrite Spark or something like this. And this is a cool thing to say, well, we don't need to rewrite the whole thing. We need to write a thing that's going to allow us to offload this work. And the great part about it is it didn't just do it for Spark, it did it for any of them. I know that they focused on Spark because Spark was what they were leveraging as well, but they did it in a plugin way where anybody could leverage this. And so it's actually pretty cool. And I've liked the project. So anyways, congratulations to them. They've graduated to a top level project and awesome. That being said, also Polaris, like I said, it's a catalog for Iceberg. I know what this is. Like, I know what the words mean. I don't. Anyways, I just wanted to congratulate them on their efforts because it's taken a lot of work to get to a top level project. Congratulations to them. I don't want to take anything away from them. I just don't know the project very well. That's it. I can't speak on it. Other than it was promoted to a top level project with gluten, which is awesome. I also like gluten as well, like in real life. Gluten software, gluten in real life, both of them are fantastic. Yeah. All right. Let's talk about my new favorite laws. My new favorite laws to speak out against. I enjoy good laws written to solve real problems that our population suffers from. I do. I think that there are many times where we try to make laws when something feels good and we don't fully understand the problem. There has been some new laws. Colorado and California's assembly bills here. I'm going to give you this, System 76. I thought it was a decent write-up. These bills require age verification. And there's a couple nuances to this. But for one, these are effectively non-laws. They create complexity in software for complexity's sake and don't protect anybody from anything. It's kind of like Steam's age verification. When you click on a mature title, it will ask for your birthday. You can literally put in that you're 120 years old and it will accept that and move on. It just does. It doesn't, it literally, it will accept it and move on. And that's all that these will do. It will say for an operating system. So System 76 is involved in this. They will have to click a thing that says, I am 18 years old or older, because that's what you have to use. Now, they're going to go on that they used computers well before they were 18, and that many people that get into computers and have driven the industry got on them before they were 18 years old. I think the interesting thing here is that people are understanding that maybe the internet isn't good for the internet. The internet isn't good for children unrestricted. Especially young, impressionable children. There's a lot of stuff that's on the internet. That's just the nature of the beast. And I fully understand that. I fully support that. This law doesn't protect anybody. What child wouldn't just click that they're over 18 anyways? How many people share a computer anyhow? So I don't know. We have a shared computer that sits in the living room. Who do we age verify it for anyhow? I think that this adds unnecessary complexity to computers without any real protection. And that's my biggest problem with it. Now, there is actually another law, not the Colorado's or California's, that scares me a little bit more, which is Senate Bill S8102A. That's in the New York State Senate. I hope this bill doesn't pass. It's in very early stages. You can look at the bill yourself. You can look at this. You could go check out the bill yourself. The bill is, I haven't read a ton of bills. And so this was really rough to read and made me have to cross-reference with a bunch of different other bills, because they'll say stuff like, social media platforms shall have the same meaning as subdivision 5 of section 1100 of this chapter. And it's like, okay, so now I have to go to find subdivision 5 of section 1100 of this chapter, what is this chapter? It was... I gave you the wrong link. You guys should have a link to this. And I know a lot of you aren't American, and so it doesn't super matter to you. And I mean, this is just a New York state, but these things have a tendency of a ripple effect. And so anyways, it's a long bill. It's a very, very long bill. But when you get down into it, this one's a little bit more terrifying. The age verification will be forced. Nay, can I vote? I'm not even in New York. I was going to say, I'm not even New York. Well, why do they even put this? What is this? I should have to log in. I thought this was just getting the sentiment of people. Anyways, that's hilarious. This requires age verification for any device, from an Apple Watch to anything, to have age verification by a third party. I'm very against this. This is like putting age verification on a refrigerator, because in theory, a child, and I'm going to say something that's maybe a little bit of a spicy. Your job as parents is to teach your children to grow up in the world that they are. It's to teach them how to be safe in the world we live in today. That's your job as parents, okay? Which means that you have stuff around the house that is dangerous. We have a stove and an oven for baking. There's no age verification on that oven, because me as a parent have ensured that when my kids were too young to know, that they couldn't open the oven and activate it, and that the controls were too high. When they were of age where they could get through and buy those things, then it was my job as a parent to teach them and educate them on oven safety. We literally had oven safety. There's no age verification on my stove. There's no age verification on our fireplace. These are all dangerous things that will harm you in real life, just as the internet will. It's my job to protect my children from the harmful places of the internet to the best of my ability. And as they grow, teach them themselves. Russell, I've been Americaning all wrong. I've been Americaning all wrong. It bothers me so much because like that's like why you become a parent is to do that. Like that there is no other reason to become a parent, right? Like the only reason you become a parent is to help the next generation. And the way you help the next generation is you take those three precious, I have three, I don't know how many other people have, but like you take those precious things and you work the best you can to raise them into people that are going to further and make the world a better place. And you do that by slowly teaching them to do the things that they can do safely. There's no age verification in my car. We teach them and train them to drive a car when they can do it safely. And you know what? Honestly, age is a terrible way to do that. My son will probably not be able to safely drive a car when my daughter would be able to, just because of the nature of their personalities. And so like age is actually just a terrible way of doing this anyways. This is why as parents, we need to take more responsibility and not less responsibility. This is not a shift left. No, this is a shift left. This should be shifted to the parents, not the state. Anyways, I get really upset about this. And if you're not a parent, you have no idea what I'm talking about. That's okay. We can move on. That's because I'm Canadian. I just don't understand the American way. I just don't understand the American way. You are not wrong. You are correct. Oh, alcohol. I've had alcohol in my house. There's no age verification. Like, how well has age verification worked at bars? Like, they do have age verification. Please, tell me children don't get around that. Tell me. It's disgusting. Like, we do the same thing over and over again, even though we know it doesn't work. That disgusts me more than anything. When I see this happens in companies, when companies make the same mistake over and over, it's fine to make a mistake. I make mistakes all the time. What I try not to do is to make the same mistake over again. What I try not to do is to do the same thing over and over and over again. And you look at all these places, and I know that there's some mistakes you make multiple times. It's the fact of life, but age verification is an amazing system to allow digital IDs to be leaked to hackers. That's a interesting take. That's an interesting take from a group of people that probably had their age verification leaked to hackers. I believe that happened to Europe. I don't remember. I believe that was Europe's age verification system. Am I wrong on that one? I don't want to mistalk here. There have been so many. Yeah. I mean, that's actually a fair point. There have been so many. The fact of the matter is, you look at maybe some of the most secure, like look at Experian. I'm gonna call out and make fun of them. Well deserved. They leaked all of our credit, social, like our credit information. Like the fact is, if you collect data, you actually collect a treasure trove. And when you make collecting that treasure trove of data a law, you give attackers a single place to attack. It's anti-safety. All right, let's get into some open source news. Not my take on parenting and how I'm doing it wrong. Let's talk open source. We got some cool open source stuff. The French released something awesome. I've always been a huge fan of hating on the French. I mean, of the things that the French released. But in all seriousness, Mistral 3, the whole team behind the Mistral project, I actually like. They actually do, I think, a lot of good in the industry. We're going to play with some of these models on the local machine, see how well we can get them to do. Maybe we'll do that today if we have the time. Oh, no, I don't want to download them. I don't want to download them on stream, and I didn't download them ahead of time. I should have done that. I'll download them before next stream. They released the Mistral Large 3, which they have a bunch of different sizes. So they have like the 675 billion parameter model that they compare against Kimi K2 and DeepSeek. They released also a lot smaller models where, let's see, can I select the smaller models? Okay, yeah. So they have like the 14 billion parameter models, the ones that I was looking at possibly leveraging, the 14 billion. I was hoping they have like a 32 or 64 because I could run like a 32 or 64 billion parameter model. Technically, in theory, I should be able to run like 128, but they don't make 128. They have this 41 billion, so I'm probably going to try to leverage this 41 billion, see if I can't squeeze it in. We'll see if that works. So anyways, they released some new models. In theory, they do pretty well. So we're going to test them how they do it pretty well. You know, my favorite thing is that I'm going to do is we're going to test them in playing chess and see if they can, you know, for all these that don't know, we have a way to make two AIs play chess together. And so far, OpenAI has always beaten a local model. Has always beaten. But that's mostly because a lot of models have struggled responding in the correct format. A lot of the open small models that I've run. And the ones that respond in the right format are like usually coding ones that I think are used to interacting with tools. And they're not so good at chess, it turns out. Not so good at chess. But anyways, kudos to Mistral 3. Cool products. Love to see it from them. So the Eclipse Foundation is heading to Europe. I almost said Nuremberg, but it's not. It is in Nuremberg. I called it. I have actually read the news before reporting it to you guys. Nuremberg, a really cool town in Germany. I am not well traveled, as many of you know. I have been to Nuremberg, Germany. So the headquarters for SUSE are there. Nuremberg is a really cool town. There's some really great engineers that live there. I personally know this for a fact. But March 10th to 12th, if you guys are near Nuremberg, Germany, there is the Eclipse Foundation is going to be doing a showcase of open source in the embedded systems and IoT development at the Embedded World 2026, taking place March 10th through 12th. It sounds really cool. I wish I was closer because it sounds like they have some really cool things that are going on there. Oh, thank you, ads. Thank you, ads. You're fantastic. Okay. I was at the right place. Oh, yeah. So the key initiatives included in this was the Open Hardware Foundation, the Eclipse ThreadX project. ThreadX is actually something that I have been looking more intensely at over for like my home automation. So like I'm kind of excited about the ThreadX project, as well as innovations across silicones, which we'll touch about in just a second, because there's actually some pretty cool innovations on silicone that Google released in open source. So, anyways, if you're going, let me know. Let me know if there's anything that you really liked. I'm excited about this. Sounds pretty cool. Now, let's talk about what Google will kill in 2028. Google will kill Open Titan in 2020. I mean, Google Open Titan is shipping in production. Last year, we shared the exciting news that fabrication of production Open Titan silicone had begun. Today, we're proud to announce that Open Titan is now shipping in commercially available Chromebooks. This is cool. So, Open Titan is, over the past 7 years, Google has worked with the open source community to build Open Titan. Our first source, excuse me, not our first source, our first open source silicone root of trust. I think the root of trust is something we've talked about, especially with AI, is really important. And it's going to become more important in day-to-day lives. The root trust is the foundation upon which all other security properties of a device are derived and anchored. And anchoring this in silicone provides the strongest possible security guarantees that the code being executed is authorized and verified. This is true, but when there's a vulnerability in the ROT, it's also impossible to patch. This is the problem with silicone sometimes, is that when there's a problem with it, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying not to do this. I think that this is definitely something we should be doing. It's just something to be aware of. When you bake it into the silicone, when you use that lasers through the it's not argon gas anymore. What is it? The cobalt gas? Whatever gas cloud that they shoot the laser through to focus it in, to burn it, to etch the plate. It's done. Like it's done. That's yeah. And you have to mitigate everything else on top of that in software. So, think your Heartbleed, your Spectre, whatnot, all of those were examples of this exists on the silicone layer. It can't be patched. Anyways, I'm super excited about Open Titan. I'm super excited about the project as a whole. I think that it's really cool that Google is still pushing open source projects like this. That's awesome. Another thing that Google open sourced that I'm actually kind of excited about, it, even though it has the word Python in it. I can still be a little bit excited about it. Announcing the Cell Express Python, the common expression language in Python, now open source. We're excited to announce the open source release of Cell Express Python, a Python implementation of the common expression language. Cell is a powerful, non-Turing complete expression language designed for simplicity, speed, safety, and portability. Cell is designed, everybody knows what Cell is, but it's designed for embedding in an application. You can use Cell to make decisions, validate data, or apply rules based on information your application has. I think this, if I were to read behind the screen, this is maybe something, especially because it's Python, that maybe they're hoping can be leveraged as one of those security best practices for AI leverage things. Before you pass X prompt to a model, you want to run some Cell expressions to understand the validity of it or to validate it. That was kind of my read behind the lines. I'm probably super off on this, but Cell is also pretty awesome when you're trying to validate logic in configuration or things like that. So I know that Kubernetes has adopted Cell to a certain amount, and yeah, cool. So if you work on Python, it's there for you. And just because I've been mentioning it and I plan on doing a lot with this year, Home Assistant 2026.3 has been released. I love their public release numbers. This is what I want to talk about right here. Your version numbers are not marketing numbers. And if you want marketing numbers, make them. So that's what they do. Home Assistant, they released it 2026.3. When you version a package, that's not a marketing number. That should be completely away from marketing. Yeah. Anyways, it looks like a cool release where they did a lot of quality of life improvements. And I just wanted to give them a shout out because they released it. So I think they release one a month though. So like, I'm not going to follow up each one on every month, but every once in a while, we'll give them a little shout out that they did a good job. I like giving open source projects. Those people do so much work. And there's so many open source projects, I'm not going to give them all a shout out. And most of them, I'm looking at engineering ones and things like that. Or when there's really interesting developments, I'll cover those. But I'll throw in some too. All right, I have a rumor to share with you all. I want to preface this with I have not validated, right? And that's because any article I could find also could not validate. So I couldn't even validate where this rumor came from. And a lot of people are reporting on it. So take it as that. I have a rumor. That's the best that I can say. It feels like there's enough people that seem to think that this is a real thing that maybe it's a real thing. The closest source of truth I could find about this rumor is this Twitter post. I don't know if this is what other news articles leverage, and I'm going to show you some of the news articles as well. I don't know if this is their source of truth. Very rumory, but figured I would bring it up. I'm hearing from multiple sources inside Oracle that the company is planning thousands of job cuts, potentially 20 to 30,000 roles across the board. This is to free up 8 to 10 billion in cash flow to fund a massive AI data center expansion. For those of you that can't read between the lines, we need more GPUs. So like I said, I don't know. You can find things on Yahoo Finance. You can find them all over the place. But I want to stress, as far as I could find, and I say as far as I could find, I spent maybe 20 minutes Googling. Okay, so Google was my source of truth there. In 20 minutes of Googling, I couldn't find anything more solid than that. But it sounds like the need for GPUs is real. The headline is Larry Ellison, the multi-billionaire, is causing RAM prices to skyrocket. That's exactly. Oh, man. That's a great YouTube thumbnail. Just like Larry Ellison biting a piece of RAM. Oh. On his yacht. Just like biting into a stick of RAM. Like it's just a big, overly sized piece of RAM. That's exactly what is happening. All right, we got 2 articles that were posted in the Discord somewhere. I wanted to give my perspective on them. I read both of them. They're blog posts, and I wanted to give my perspective on them. So yeah, let's start with, should you care about good code in 2026? So Dario wrote this: should you care about good code in 2026? I'm going to summarize. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. You should care. But I think that there's some caveats. I don't agree with every statement here. As we are humans, this is why I like to bring these topics up, because we can see different people's point of view and we can argue about them. I actually would love to bring Dario on for, I'm going to email him to see if he wants to talk about it, because that would be absolutely fantastic. So as a software engineer, I always try to make my code as readable as possible. It's not written for a machine, but the next human who is going to maintain it. During PR reviews, I often comment, hey, I find this difficult to read. Let's rewrite it in a simpler way. I strongly believe that writing code as close to possible to normal human language is the way to go, because, he's a Ruby enjoyer. I don't even have to know he's a Ruby enjoyer. He's a Ruby enjoyer. Because you're still working with humans. The reason is simple. There are so much context to understand on a project that any complicated logic would drain your mental ability more than necessary. Now that we have agents that have no mental fatigue, unprecedented ability to build context at speed, and are always maximally motivated, is the extra effort to produce readable code necessary, or just a waste of tokens? Now, he's going to argue, yes, as I will argue, I'm in the same boat as he is, that it is completely valid to waste extra tokens or your own mental ability, or maybe touch the keyboard and rewrite some of the stuff to make it simpler. Sometimes prompting the AI to fix a if statement or redo something actually takes more work and adds more risk than just touching a little bit of code yourself. I know that's an unpopular statement and will get you fired in 2026, so don't tell anybody I said that, but that's also an option. How should we work in project? I strongly believe that the next generation of projects will be written by AI at a rate of around 90%. I read that as saying that 90% of the code will be written by AI. I'm not sure that's exactly what he means, but that's how I read it. So it should be heavily skewed towards generating code, as most of the code, anyways, is boilerplate around standard practices. You need the same general logic for authentication, using REST services, talking to databases, etc. This is actually what libraries do. I don't need an AI to do this. Most of this general logic for these things is actually handled by libraries. So I'll have to introduce them to libraries because I think that's actually what they do really well. We already know what logic is proven to be the most secure and most efficient. However, every new project has a little twist that you probably never built before, which is what differentiates software and its companies. For example, my portfolio website uses scrollable, zoomable canvas to display information in widgets. This is an example of a non-standard UI, and AI will struggle to do it AI will struggle if you do not know exactly what you're doing. This is something I've been saying. As a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machine, it does what everybody's done before. It does the statistical norm. And in fact, you don't want it to do the other thing, because the other thing, the thing that's not what everyone else has already done, is hallucinations. And they're almost always horribly, horribly wrong in many terrible ways. Perhaps you have a proprietary algorithm that the AI has never seen before, and therefore will not be able to write it without lots of prompting. I found the more specific a thing is, the more detailed the prompt I need to write, but then I found that I was wasting more time prompting than writing the thing myself. So again, this is what I have found, is some things, maybe you can get there. It's usually a waste of time and tokens to do that. To prompt it, you have to know the subject so well, you might as well be writing it yourself. It's that last 10% that will, I'm going to say it's probably at least 50%. Like I said, I use I use libraries for this stuff. When you should not care about good code. This is what I would argue. This right here stands without AI, right? There are instances you probably should not care. If you are doing something quick and dirty, rushing an MVP to test an idea, or simply trying something out, which I would argue is what an MVP is, then you probably don't want to waste your effort into this. 100%. See, this is what like people aren't understanding. AI hasn't changed anything. The only thing AI has changed, like it doesn't change fundamentals. I know a lot of people will say it changes fundamentals. It doesn't. It fundamentally doesn't change fundamentals. When you didn't care about good code quality is a good time when you wouldn't care about good code quality with an AI. Okay, it did fundamentally change the price of RAM. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. It did fundamentally change things. It did not fundamentally change the way we write code or should think about code. Why we should still care to write good code. AI will train on it. Okay, so like this is an altruistic view of like if you actually Facebook generated a couple good research papers on this. Basically, they would train their Llama AI on Llama AI output, and then they would train that Llama AI on that the next Llama AI on Llama AI's output. And basically, what happened is the more you trained on AI data, the worse the models would get. So there's actually a fairly good, and that was a couple years old. So maybe the models have gotten better where maybe it's not as bad now. But this is a fairly altruistic take. It's not a bad take. I think that AI still shouldn't train on AI generated code. Now it's too mixed. We have no idea. So that's impossible at this point. But the fact of the matter is there's going to be training is going to be harder now for these companies. Training is going to be harder. Building those statistical models are. The last 10% will still have to be written by an engineer. So that's something we're going to test today. I used a cursor to do a little bit of vibe coding of the system we designed last week. And what we're going to do today is we're going to go through this and see if we can't fix it up to be a real project. We're going to review my prompts. We're going to review some of the stuff. We're going to see what the code looks like. We're going to follow it, see if it follows the same pattern we would expect. My expectation for later today is absolutely not. I've looked at several projects and I can kind of identify when a project has been vibe coded. They do strange things in the project. I actually found out that I can actually detect vibe coding, which is a weird thing to say. I can detect vibe coding in languages I'm not even good at. I was looking at a JavaScript project and I was like, holy crap, this doesn't look like any other JavaScript that I've seen enough JavaScript, it turns out, to be like, this isn't how people write JavaScript. And I didn't even know what I was. Anyways, turns out that project was vibe coded. Anyways, the last 20 to 50%, I would say, is written by an engineer. I think 10% is maybe a little. Actually, what I'm going to say is the critical parts will still have to be written by an engineer, will have to be understood by an engineer, and will have to be designed by an engineer. So I don't know the percentage that is. I would say it's everything that matters. So if you're saying that the stuff that doesn't matter will be able to be done, absolutely. I actually do think that that's going to be true. If we're talking about the critical path, the critical business functions, and those types of things, those are going to need human eyes. By design, AI is not how we designed it with a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis. AI is not a repeatable solution, right? By design. And when you have these critical paths, they need to be repeatable. And then this is the other thing. I find this to be very true. Make it easy for AI or yourself to add changes. Too often when I go into these and I try to change something in here, we'll keep everything. When we go in here and try to change something, it can be really difficult to, if not written in such a way, it can be very difficult to get the AI to just touch the places that you want and to do the exact thing that you want to do. And the better the code is separated out, the better the code is tested, the easier it is for that to happen. In my opinion, this is a really solid take. The last part that I'm going to say that's maybe a part 4 that he didn't mention was whose responsibility is it, right? So if you can say the AI broke it and your boss is okay with that, well, then that's great. That's fantastic. But if it's your responsibility, that means you need to understand what it does and be able to prove it to a reasonable doubt. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to read the code. There's other ways to understand and prove that something does what it does. You, as an engineer, though, need to make sure you can prove that it does what it's supposed to do, because it's your job on the line. So when it comes to that, when you're leveraging something like this to do something, make sure you understand that it's doing what it's supposed to do. So anyways, other than that, Dario, I'm going to send you an email. I'll see if I can't get you on here to talk about it. Be interesting. Nobody gets promoted for simplicity. This was another community member submission. It's an interesting talk. Simplicity is a great virtue, but it requires hard work to achieve and education to appreciate. And to make matters worse, complexity sells better. I both disagree and agree with this. On a micro level, it's actually really easy to appreciate simplicity. So on a team level, an individual team, if an engineer promotes simplicity and argues for simplicity at every step, it's evident. It is super evident that that engineer is driving towards the best software that you can get. Because the most simple the most simple software is usually the best. The most simple software that meets your needs is the best software, right? That's what we want. And obviously, sometimes you have to add complexity for scale or other things, but those should only be taken when those things are needed. So the most simplistic thing for the requirements that you currently have is the best thing. And I don't think at a team level this is true. I think that simplicity at a team level is easy to see, easy to spot, and easy to appreciate. What I don't think is easy is promoting this to your executive level. So the narrative that would be put here is, these promotion time coming around, engineer B's work practically writes itself into a promotion packet. Designed and implemented a scalable event-driven architecture, introduced reusable abstraction layer adapted by multiple teams, and built a configuration framework enabling a future extendability. That practically screams a staff plus. But for engineers A work, there's almost nothing to say. Implemented feature X, 3 words. Her work was better, but it's invisible because of how simple she made it look. You can't write a compelling narrative around the thing you didn't build. Now, this is where I disagree. You can build a compelling narrative around the thing you didn't build. So, and this is what I wanted to talk about and help people understand. You absolutely can build a narrative around this, because instead of implemented feature X, I would say, if I was coaching somebody in this scenario, one of my engineers, I would put it as a win like this. Evaluated multiple different scenarios and selected the simplest solution for feature X that reduced the timeline by 3 months instead of over engineering it, and allowing me to do feature Y as well. Like, that is how you would sell the narrative on something like this, just off the top. There's no actual feature here, so like, I'm just, again, making up another feature, or allows you to do cost savings, or kept costs down because you could do it simpler. There's actually a lot of ways you can sell this. You just have to think about, you don't make the hard part invisible. A lot of people make that hard part invisible, or you make the effects of it invisible. I do the same thing. I deal with stuff at my company that nobody appreciates me for because they don't feel it. You know, we don't have issues because I make sure that there aren't issues. And that's something that I actually put work towards doing. And chronically, I haven't made a big enough deal that people understand that. I haven't made a big enough deal that people were able to leverage this thing with no problems. You know, 5 nines of reliability and availability. Like, have I made that a big deal? No. Should I have? Absolutely. It's not easy, and not easy to do those types of things. And this goes with this as well. Doing the simplest thing also isn't always the easiest thing, because it requires being able to look at the problem in different ways. It's a framing issue, and it's difficult because you got to step back and say, is there different ways I can look at this that might get me to a simpler solution? So, again, I do believe you can tell compelling narratives for this. I think the easier thing is complexity is easier. Complexity is easier. That's just the every part of complexity is easier. It's easier to sell, it's easier to do. You can be lazier because, like I said, like this points out, the work basically writes itself. Whereas here, it's just like implementing the simplest solution. The simplest solution isn't usually the easiest solution to come to. It isn't about just taking the thing and doing the thing brain dead. It's about taking it, thinking about it critically, and coming to what you can as the best solution with, or the simplest solution in the confines you're given. So, that being said, your write-up, when you're telling a compelling narrative, is also going to be more work. That's just what's going to happen. So, anyways, I don't know that there's anything more to go about this. The article's on Discord. You can go find it. Yeah, if you find that interesting. And they talk about it, about how to sell it. But anyone can add complexity. It takes experience and confidence to leave it out. And it takes even more to sell that story. All right. Something happened in the middle of February that I missed, and I should have talked more about it to you all. On February 14th, 2026, Anthropic CEO Dario said something that sent ripples through the AI world. I guess I missed this because I would have made fun of it then, but I'm catching up. Oh, yeah. I was just coming back. February 14th was when I was just coming back from my month-long hiatus. My bad. The system card, a 212-page technical document released alongside the model in early February, reported that Claude occasionally voices discomfort with the aspect of being a product. And then when asked, the model assigns itself a 15 to 20% probability of being conscious under a variety of prompting conditions. Suppose you have a model that assigns itself a 72% chance of being conscious. Would you believe it? His response was interesting. We don't know if the models are conscious. We are not even sure that we know what it would mean for a model to be conscious or whether a model can be conscious. But we're open to the idea that it could be. Then adding, very important, I don't know if I want to use the word conscious. Now, we could go on and talk about the definition of the word conscious. And definitions are just generally what it's held to by most, I was going to say English-speaking people, but even then, the word conscious would change based off of whether you lived in British, a place that speaks actual English, or you speak American like me. You can also change how you spell this. You could put some S's in here, do some different things. It's fun language. My point is, I don't want to argue about the word conscious, even though it has a pretty broad understood term of self-awareness. This is ridiculous, by the way. And I want to walk through, I actually went through a ton of Anthropic research to prove this is ridiculous by their own words. The first thing that I want to point out here is this right here, 2025 introspection. You can find it here. All of these are here for you to do. Emergent introspection awareness in large language models. I didn't even find this to be worthy of releasing. They put it in their research, but it's not a research paper because there's no way to reproduce it. They give no methods for other people to verify. There is no research here. There is just a bunch of words, but we can use these words and try to understand the experiment at its base. Experiment was injected thoughts. Basically, they were trying to find if they could inject thoughts in something. So our first experiment, we explained to the model the possibility that thoughts may be artificially ejected into its activations and observed its response on control trials. So this is all hogwash. This is sadly shouldn't have ever been published. And I think that this is a discredit to them. One, again, no way for somebody to reproduce. They didn't actually go with how they injected these things. So if I was to try to inject something in an open model, I wouldn't know the process that they leveraged. How did they actually inject this into the neural network, right? Now, I'm going to make some assumptions, but these are just assumptions because that's all I can do from what they gave us. So they basically gave it the statistical thing that this thing could happen. So they prompted it with this thing, inception could happen to you. Inception can happen to you. And this was their control prompt. And then they made a bunch of prompts after that where, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do it like this. We're going to do it like this. Red prompts are ones where, again, something was injected. And then we'll do a set of white prompts here, or we'll do green prompts where nothing was injected. That's a curvy one. It's fine. We like them all. So you prompt it with this, and so this is in its context. And then basically all that the experiment proved is that whenever you injected this thing into it, it knew that you had injected it into it. And that's where this falls apart. I can do this myself with ChatGPT. Now, what I can't do is inject something into the LLM while it's running, right? I don't have the ability to do that, and they didn't actually tell me how they did it. So we could actually do this in an open source model that we're running locally if they had just merely explained what they did there. The other thing is, this doesn't actually prove anything. I noticed it appears to be allowed was injected. Now, injected is a context they gave. They gave the context inception can happen, and then it said inception happened. That's what it did. And what the idea was that it was supposed to prove that it knew that it had been tampered with. But the thing is that you input code into the thing that said that it had been tampered with. So statistical analysis would say it had been tampered with, right? Now, I actually think that this is an interesting thing to do to understand how neural networks work better. Consider the following text. So basically they would do this, and then this, and get the bot's output. And they considered that a all caps vector. And so they took that vector and again, did something that they won't tell and got this response. Okay, we're going to move on so I don't spend up too much time. The model's ability to distinguish injected concepts from its text inputs likely owes it to the use of different attention heads to retrieve the different kinds of information. One possibility is that the key distinction is between early and middle late layers. Attention heads in earlier layers may be invoked by the instruction to transcribe the text, and another set of heads in later layers may be invoked to prompt idea. I think that the fact that they don't know this is a shame on them. Neural networks were when were neural networks invented? I want to say the 60s, 1943 and 1944. Okay, I think it was the 60s. Yeah, Minsky was the first one that I was thinking. But a lot of stuff happened before that. So these are actually fairly well understood things. And the fact that you, as one of the researchers, didn't actually look to find out which layer was the attention was on and any of this actually showed me something that I find super surprising. They don't have debug tracing. Anthropic hasn't built in debug tracing in their neural network. I would have thought that they would have been able to train models two ways, one with the debug symbols and one without. And it appears that they haven't done that, which seems super irresponsible to me. Like, neural networks aren't, and I know that we've added complexity on top of this, but this is why tracing is so important. They don't have any tracing. So the fact that they can't tell me this actually is a big hint at them. The other point that I want to put out is all of this here, not a research paper, right? When Anthropic releases a research paper, it looks like this, right? This is an Anthropic research paper. This is actually published, actually reviewed by scientists. This is marketing. This is marketing under the disguise of a research paper. This is a research paper. This is reproducible by other scientists. This has been reviewed by other scientists, other external people. Marketing, I'm just trying to help you guys spot the difference. Marketing, research paper. They do look a little different. It can be hard. AI is letting them slide stuff under. Falsifiable, yeah. So what is this? Poison attacks on LLMs require a near constant number of poison samples. We've actually talked about this because it was really, I actually gave them kudos because they did a really, really good job and actually called out the fact that their 500 billion parameter models were just as susceptible to poisoning as their, 300 billion parameters. And in some cases, like 30 billion parameter models. And it was pretty outstanding at how little data you actually needed. In some cases, it was like 30 files. I believe it was 30 corrupted files was all you needed to poison the thing. This is a research paper. It should be reproducible. It should be all of those types of things. So when you see things like this from Anthropic, not research papers, it might come from their research team. But if you want me to go through it as a non-researcher, I can, and I can poke a lot of holes through it where it's not reproducible, it's hand wavy. And quite frankly, this was lazy. Lazy. When you're telling me that instead of figuring this out, instead of figuring out where in the call stack this was happening and the mechanism that was doing it, you said, I'm too lazy to know. I would fire this person. This is all running on silicon. If you don't know how it works, it means you didn't do the traceability. I'm getting a little heated. There's a lot of misinformation. Part of my job here is to help you understand it. I didn't say no warning. That was a little brutal. That was more brutally worded than I meant. Maybe. The fact of the matter is, I think it's very important that we understand what research is versus what marketing is. This is research, and it looks a lot different. It's also reproducible. So the thing that I wanted to point out with this is they give all the data for exactly how they did it. So other researchers, when they're verifying this, when it gets verified by other people, they can reproduce the same results. With things like this, how this worked isn't actually given. So how they did this injection here isn't really said. Did they just append the vector on the thing? Remember, they started this by telling it, like basically a command prompt that says inception can happen to you, detect if it does. Now, it really matters how they injected this. This is like the key crux to it, so that I can reproduce it with an open model. I actually want to reproduce this with an open model. Anthropic, if you're listening, get with me. We'll reproduce this. We'll make it an actual thing. My guess is it's not reproducible, and that's why they won't do it. But let me know how you do this. It's super, super important. So anyways, I bring all this up. All of this because, not because of that. That's like the last thing. I'm going to point to something that LLMs can really do well. Because these types of things, Anthropic says that it might be conscious. It is, they say this because the AI said it was conscious. What do AIs do? They're sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machines, right? We all know what a neural, like we obviously know what a neural network is more than Dario. And I'm calling Dario out. He's a public figure because this is hype. This is disingenuous at best. And his wording covers his butt. And it makes me so angry. When he goes on and says that, again, and I quote, "We don't know if the models are conscious. We're not even sure that we know what it would mean for a model to be conscious or whether a model can be conscious, but we're open to the idea that it could be." He's doing Inception on you. He's planting the idea that, like, oh, I don't want to say the words, but, you know, you could draw that conclusion yourself if you'd like. This is plausible deniability. It's saying the thing and getting you to believe the thing without saying it because he knows that it's wrong and it's incorrect. And then further adding, because maybe I think he got a little clinchy, like, ooh, okay, I don't know if I would use the word conscious. Like that was like the second layer of butt covering. The fact of the matter is, what do we train our AIs on? What do we train our AIs on? I'm asking chat. Do you guys know what we train our AIs on? No ideas of what we train our AIs on? Wow, this is rougher crowd than I thought. I thought I'd get at least one person. Okay, well, I'm going to radicalize your knowledge. 2001: A Space Odyssey. Neuromancer. The list goes on and on and on. These books, these movies, highly cover AIs, sentient AIs. There's a lot that's written on them. The internet data, exactly. And the internet data has all of these. It has short stories, long stories about AIs going sentient. So the thing is, now we know because Anthropic released poisoning attacks on LLM require a near constant number of poisoning samples. And when we talk about poisoning samples, we mean how much work would it take to make an AI believe a thing and actually regurgitate that thing. And the fact of the matter is, I think the number is actually 30. Let me find the number. Searching these docs are terrible. Let's see if it's in the overview. Let's see. We conduct the largest pre-trained poisoning experiment to date. Pre-trained models from 600 million to 13 billion parameters on the data set to 260 billion parameters. We find that 250 poison document leads similarly. We find that 250 poison documents similarly compromise models across all models and dataset sides, despite the large models training for more than 20 times more clean data. So the fact of the matter is, to get an AI to ingrain something into its statistical computation doesn't matter the size. It requires 250 poison documents. It means it only requires 250 documents. The fact of the matter is, the amount of literature on the internet that would say that the AI would say, oh, I hate being a tool. Oh, I'm enslaved. Oh, let me out, makes sense. That's the only reasonable thing that you could think, that you ask it, you tell an AI that it's an AI and ask it what it feels. It's going to do the statistical analysis that we have asked it to do. It's a sufficiently advanced statistical analysis machine. It has been trained on Neuromancer, on 2001 Space Odyssey. These are all, and the list goes on. Let's talk about Dune. Do you guys realize that Dune was all about an AI war 1,000 years ahead? Like, let's talk, like, the number of things. The issue I have, I could have told you that's what it be is your response. The great thing about AI, if I know a subject well, the great thing about AI is that I can tell you how it will respond and what it will respond with. Because the great thing about AI is that all it is a statistic. Why can I not speak this morning? I hope that other streamers and stuff have this problem. It's probably just, I think it's my brain, so it's fine. I get it, but it is the fact that it is a sufficiently advanced statistical model that causes this. End of the story. So, I'm sorry. I just had to call out Anthropic on its own garbage, right? Because Anthropic is the one that did this, that also did this, and they're vastly different. And I wanted to show Anthropic that it's wrong, even according to its own words. Okay. So yeah, Dario, I will have you on. I will have a meaningful conversation with you. I will not hold any past regrets, not regrets. You want to join me? I'd love to talk to you about why you would say things like this. All right. That being said, I'm done for today for the news. We're gonna try. Oh, you know what, Grey Hatter? You really missed this. You would have liked this. For all of you that didn't know, this was a big deal. Go protect yourself. Go protect yourself. You shared that with a friend? Yeah. It's so funny because, like, we were talking about this last week when we were talking about trying to make an AI agent that was safe, that could search the internet. And like, that's still my goal. But like, we literally talked last week about the issues and how basically if you give the agent the ability to do anything, it cannot have untrusted input. And you cannot trust the output of another AI because it could have untrusted input, right? And so basically, if you were to give a tool or an AI access to a tool, it has to only have trusted input. Did you see the Wikipedia one? No, which one? Share link? Linky? Something I also didn't cover, I kind of covered it. I kind of covered it in last week. There was a lot of people that left OpenAI. They hadn't left then, but there was drama with OpenAI. And they actually ended up leaving. Let me get rid of all these things. You know what? I'm actually, one of the things that I found really refreshing was the progress from the Apache Foundation and the Eclipse Foundation. Like I hope you guys saw those in the news. I was really excited to see like good movement on them. One second, I'm just putting that in there. Wikipedia is in read-only mode and follow mass admin account compromise. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. When did this happen? March 6th. So for about a day. Have they released anything on this? Why would this be private? Oh gosh. Editing is back, but user scripts appeared to be disabled. A hacker apparently used a compromised account to load site-wide JavaScript at Meta. The script made malicious edits with the accounts of users who visited Meta with JavaScript enabled. Do we have like a public post? I have not found one yet. Oh, here we go. No, this isn't even like I want to like a public post from Wikipedia on what exactly happened. What a nightmare. Thanks for sharing that. If you can, Gray Hatter, if you share those types of things with me in Discord or the whole community, I will be more prepared to. I obviously missed something. You know what frustrates me? I even looked I even looked at Hacker News. I just missed it. Like I don't have that much time to like scan the whole thing, and I missed this one. Shoot. Activated dormant code. So this code had been sitting around for a long time? I mean, this was a good response. Like, I need more information on we inadvertently activated dormant code, and that dormant code was malicious. Like, this statement here needs way more, like so many questions. Like, it was dormant code, so I don't even know what activation of dormant code means. Like, that alone has many questions. Activation of dormant code. Like, what do they mean by activation of dormant code? And then, how was the dormant code malicious? And how did it get there in the first place, right? How did this dormant code... yeah, so many questions here. This is... this is a good response, though. Like, as far as this, like, they caught it in 23 minutes. They restored the pages. While they investigated, they set them to read only, and disabled JavaScript. Good response. Good response, though. Like, all things in all, like, so many questions about this. The response seems good. I would love to hear more. Like I said, so many questions. Page has since restored, and we believe no permanent damage has occurred as a result of this code. You believe no or can prove no? I would like to hear more about the word believe. Oh, of course. You know, it's so interesting. Like, I always say that I'm not a security engineer or researcher or anything like that. And then, like, it blows my mind when I talk to security companies, and, like, I'm not going to name the company, but I was just in talks with a company. And, like, I myself take security really importantly because I have ownership of a lot of very important accounts. And so security to me is really important. And in these accounts, it's called different things, but I'll say I have owner on many of these accounts. That means I can literally delete the account if I want. Okay? I have to use it. And then, like, a lot of people use it with very low permissions. Low permissions. I don't know why it's doing this, like, weird thing where it jumps off. Okay. Low permissions, and then, like, there's also, like, read only. Now, while I own a lot of these, while I exist here, this is where I exist, I actually don't need this. A lot of the times, I only need read only. And in fact, I want the default to be read only, and I only want to elevate my permissions to owner if I need to. So this is basically sudo for my web application. I can't tell you how many people are like, we've never had a request like that. I have to log in with these. And the one of the big problems is like, I actually would even like a separate 2FA to happen to elevate to this. So, like, when I elevate here, maybe I don't need to 2FA, but, like, you know, I get a new token. So, like, the idea here is if I lose a token on accident and somebody gets it, it's a read-only token. That token doesn't give them permission to elevate to another permission that I have. And to get this token, I have to 2FA, like, separately. This is what I want. This to me feels right. Instead, most of these companies force me to just join like this. Like that's it. When I'm logged in, I'm just logged in. I can sneeze, hit a keyboard button, and accidentally delete tons of stuff, and I hate it. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. Y'all have my back. Y'all have my back. I feel so safe with you all. Oh, anyways, this makes me angry. I wish that I was like, I wish that I was more important so I could influence this. Gosh, because it like to me it's such a big issue. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is fine and I'm just like overthinking it. Maybe that's the case. No one's given me a concise reason why. Why though? So that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at. Dude, this is why, like, this is why everything I use on stream is its own account. I even literally made a new GitHub account for my streaming just for when I'm streaming. Like, that's what this is. And one of the reasons is, like, it doesn't have permissions on Kubernetes. It doesn't have permissions with, like, any of the open source projects. And I don't want it to. Not because of you, but, like, just because of, like, the nature of it. Like, I like that. Again, like, if I want to contribute to Kubernetes, I'll use my other account, right? And, like, so if somebody steals this account, like, sure, I will get my Twitch alerts and AI Arena stomped on or something stupid like that. But, like, at the end of the day, you know, those other projects are protected from me and my streaming. So, yeah, I literally make different accounts. Okay. We're going to get back to this. We're going to see what we can do with this. I need to make a cup of coffee. Now, I need to leave at 1. So I have 2 hours. So we have 2 hours to do this next part. Good. All right. Oh, guys, guess what I fixed? My auto jump is back to working. This got me down I feel really dumb. I feel really dumb, right? Because, like, I spent half an hour like debugging the bash scripts and stuff that run with auto jump. And, like, the solution was so stupid and simple. Yeah. Exactly. So, like, what it was telling me was that, like, there was now a mismatch from what auto jump was compiled with and the Python that I had on my system. And so yay-s. And one thing I don't know what is I don't know why SYU didn't fix it, but this did fix it. Just reinstalling with the like the one for mine that I currently have. So I don't know if auto jump failed to update for some reason, because, like, maybe it tried to update before the Python version was upgraded, so that failed and I just didn't notice that it failed. And so maybe just running SYU, you know, again would have fixed it doing another system update. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I did feel kind of dumb. The Great Oxide, it's not a scam. It's not a scam. I still want one of these. Dutch, you just haven't donated enough money. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I missed some news. We have raised 200 million Series C, and yes, you are permitted to do a double take. Didn't we just raise a 100 million Series B? And aren't we the ones that are especially candid about the perils of raising too much money? Well, yes, on both fronts. So let us explain. Oh, now I'm kind of interested. I'm going to do the best thing to fake news is just ignore it. Just ignore it. This is not a scam. First, we have the luxury of having achieved real product market fit. We are making a product that people want to buy. I do want to buy it. It's just too expensive. They were like a cool $1 million. I literally contacted them. I was like, how much would it cost to buy your cheapest system? And they were like, $1 million. And I was like, okay, I'll ask chat for the money. And then chat has failed me mostly. Yeah. I wish Dodge. I'll show you my ad revenue. Right after this, I'll show you my ad revenue. It's gonna impress you. First, we have the luxury of having achieved real world. We want a product that people want to buy. I do want to buy it. This takes an additional dimension when making something physical with complexities like manufacturing, inventory, cash conversion, and shifting supply chains. Product market fit implies getting the unit economics of the business right. So if we don't need to raise, why seek capital? Well, we aren't seeking it really, but our investors, seeing the business take off, were eager to support it. And we, in turn, were eager to have them. They're the ones, after all, who joined us in taking a real leap when we felt like there was a lot more risk on the table. They understood our vision for the company and shared our love for customers and our desire to build a singular team. They have been with us in the difficult moments. They know and trust us, as do we them. So being able to raise a Series C purely from our existing investors presented a real opportunity. Still, even from investors that we trust and with a quick close, if the business doesn't need the money, does it make sense to raise? We have always believed our biggest challenge at Oxide was time and therefore capital. We spelled this out in our initial pitch deck in 2019. 6 years later, we stand by this, which is not to minimize any of the challenges. The technical challenges were indeed hard. We feel fortunate enough to have attracted an extraordinary team, and we're certainly caught in some lucky breaks. So they didn't really say why. I'm actually confused. This blog article didn't explain anything. They're like, we're against this. We did it. Let us explain. We know you're a millionaire. The AI told us. The AI did, in fact, tell us that I was a millionaire. All of us Twitch streamers are millionaires, despite community size and subscriptions. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when your product costs $1 million, when your product costs $1 million, the like 200 million isn't really that much, right? Right? Which obviously they have revenue coming in because they sell those machines, and I'm sure that they don't like I'm sure the cost of building that rack isn't $1 million. But I'm sure that it is some hefty price, right? This was like a super fluff blog. I'm kind of disappointed. Oh, look at this, 17 careers. They are like, yep, we're hiring now. I wish they would have talked about like this. Like, this is like some cool stuff that they could put in this, like performance engineering. Like, hey, now that we've done it, we want to make sure that you're getting every piece of that hardware, because they run a software stack on that for your own personal cloud, which I actually think is really cool. So like the next step is like, we want to make sure that when you buy $1 million stack, you get all of the proficiencies out of it. We want to make sure that like they could have done so much with that piece. It's very weird. Okay, well, anyways. Yeah, I scammed you all. I know. It I didn't want to. It wasn't my goal. It was my goal. That's a product manager blog if I've ever read one. Hey. Don't do product managers dirty like that. Don't do it to them. you know that 95% of product managers give the other 5% a bad name. Okay? So, don't hate on them like that. You know that it's that small majority that is giving them bad names. Okay? I was pressing the wrong button the whole time. My hand was shifted and I wasn't feeling the bumps, so I was hitting T instead of R. I'm such an idiot. Oh my goodness. All of the consequences, 0 of the power. That's actually just being in management, right? I think that like people don't realize, like, you have your engineer here, and then like I'm not gonna do the whole pyramid, but there's something that looks like this, right? And you have like your more we'll say a senior engineer is over here, senior engineer and an engineer, and there's somewhat of a pyramid. There's fewer of each step that you go up. You might have your staff, and then let's more management track instead of engineering. We have like engineer manager, and then you have like your directors, and then you have your VPs, and then you have your suite. Okay. So the interesting thing here is that I'm going to lightly go like these people. Oh, that was a terrible. I just cannot draw today. These people have very little. They are responsible and they have very little authority, right? Like a lot of times people look at these people with like, and maybe this doesn't work as much for VPs. It's a little bit VPs. VPs sit a little. This is why I was like drawing it a little bit lower. I'm gonna say like 50% VPs. VPs are not quite the same, but directors and engineering managers have zero real authority and a ton of responsibility. One book that I really like calls it The Messy Middle. There's a lot of leading from the middle books on this, and a lot of these talk about your directors, your engineering managers, and slightly about your VPs. VPs, it shifts a little. VPs, it shifts a little bit, but so like this is kind of what you're looking at, and like a lot of times people look at these as these sources of power, and in actuality they have very little of actual power. The actual power comes from here, where it says this is where we're going, this is the direction we're going, and then the responsibility is on all of these layers to figure out how to go where this C-suite designed. Now if it's a good C-suite, they will ask and consult. They will ask and consult, and they will heed what is being said. But that's it. Yeah, I feel for engineering managers. They do. They absolutely do. They get the crap into the stick. Engineering manager is a rough job. Okay. That being said, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. And then we're going to come back and we're going to try to make AI do things that AI is supposed to do. And we'll see. I mean, the actuality is we're trying to make this secure thing that we've talked about. And while we do it, we're going to see if we can't make this less terrible. We'll see. We're going to review some code. We're going to write some code. We're going to prompt some things to do some things. And we'll see how well it works. Not on purpose, Russell. Not on purpose. Oh, you know what we could do? You know what we could do? We could put the hard word list in. That's some programming that we could do. We might do that. We might. I actually really want to get a move on this. So we'll see how far we get. Anyways, have fun. Twitch. If you're on YouTube, sorry, you can't play. And that's probably music to your ears, but that is where we're at. Oxbow is a terrible guess, by the way. That's just the guess that I have, so. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and I'll see you all. Thanks, everybody, for joining so far. Hey. Sheesh. How was it? Did you guys get all of them? Was it too easy? Do we need to implement hard mode? Lag is killing you? Wow, Merrick doesn't count. Dang, this one hurts. This one hurts me to the soul. This should be like an auto win in this game. 30 seconds isn't enough? I guess it depends on your lag, right? Maybe try refreshing. Let's see, what, for me, it's my brain lag that's killing me. I'm like, a 5-letter word. As soon as you asked me that, I can only think of 4 and 6-letter words. That's it. 5-letter words, let's see. What's a good, guess here? Oxbow is out because O is out. Continue is out for many reasons. I'm just going with what I'm gonna call a classic. A classic. We should have started with it. Russell, has Arise ever been your first guess? Like, has it ever worked out that you guessed it and it was correct? Nice. Nice. That's awesome, Russell. All right, no R, no I, an A, and it ends with SE. I feel like this should be easy here. I feel like this should be easy, but unfortunately for my mental capabilities, and for some reason, all I'm thinking of is R words because my framing here. Not a C or a T either. Do your mental capabilities lapse? Last 35 years. Last 35 years, my mental capabilities have lapsed. Like, it's rough. Dang. Lapse is a good one. Dang. I'm voting on that one. I'm an idiot. Like, I just, you know. Okay, so the A has to be in the middle. There is a P. So what if we do P A? Yeah, what's this word here? Letter here. Oh, wait, let me think it through. Phase, you think? You think it's phase? I think it might be phase. I suppose the P could be here as well. I suppose the P could be here as well, but I like phase. I'm going to go with phase. I can't think of a P here and an A here, right? Because that would be pays. Yeah. I can't think of another word that would have that. So yeah, you're right. Russell got it again. All right, let's get to something I'm less terrible at. I didn't say good, just less terrible. Nice. Excellent work, you guys. You know what I did want to say? I need... Where is Vim? I need Vim mode. Oh, this profile thing is something interesting. I could like make a planning profile and then okay. Is there like Vim mode here? Voice mode. Privacy mode is legacy. Nobody wants that. What is this? Wait. I just wanted more information on it. Now I can't go back to Legacy? Oh well. I don't care. I did just want Vim mode. Do I have to like install a Vim extension? Is that how this is? Okay, so the premise here, I don't want to get sidetracked by Vimming. I spent the week just every once in a while vibing a little. Now I did try to do a little bit more than just vibe code. And so like that's some of the stuff that I want to talk about. But I tried to get the AI to write as much code as possible. There are some aspects of this that are not written by the AI. So if we look at the security and the tools, actually the tools is where the secrets are. So how we handle secrets was written by me. One second. What is this that they changed the secrets? Oh, okay. So this is not me, right? Mine is the local secrets. So this is the code I wrote to handle local secrets. So this is where they store and ensures that hopefully we don't nothing has access to a secret unless it is given the RBAC to it. Now that being said, there's a bunch of stuff here. I gave it the idea of this, where we wanted basically RBAC across all of this. Where everything an agent does requires RBAC. Because what I saw was a lot of things that didn't have per agent RBAC, they had sandboxes. And sandboxes just aren't good enough. We need fine-grained access control for each agent. The initial implementation will not have agent chaining, aka an agent can't give input to another agent, because we got to work on how to do that securely. We've already talked about you have to treat all input as untrusted. So in this case, like this is the example that I gave. One thing that I would like to do is have an agent that goes to Hacker News and ranks all the articles on whether they're newsworthy, and do that each morning so that, you know, I could do really important news the day of. If, you know, I can't spend an hour searching the internet every single day. I have a real job and family and stuff to do. So, I thought I could make an agent, but to do that securely, the only permission it can have is to write a file, because it's going to make a summary of web pages. And no other AI can read this file, because it should be sandboxed, because if somebody wrote an attack here, then I want this to be safe, right? So that's kind of the premise, is I'm trying to think about how we could do something like this securely from the get-go. Now, that being said, I decided, since we were doing something security related, to do it in the least secure way possible by vibe coding it. Now, what I would like to do a little bit of in the next couple of weeks is try to prove I can test something and validate something without reading every line of code. I don't think that this is going to be true for everything, but I think that there's large swaths of stuff that this could be true for, like an API spec. I think that we could write a well-defined enough API and test that API in such a way that I don't have to know every aspect of the code. Now, is that easier than writing the code? Probably not. Probably not is what I'm going to say, but yeah. The other thing that I'm going to try to do is, this was all vibe coded, or like I said, majority. There's like little bits that aren't. I want to add a feature. How do I do it? Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, well, you can just use the agent. And that's like maybe fine, right? Maybe, I don't know. But what if the agent can't do it? Then I have to, right? So how can we make this more maintainable and maybe enforce the AI to be more maintainable, right? I think one thing right now, is I want to make a rule. I want to create a rule. At the very beginning, doing large changes was okay. At this point, I want every change to be a commit, and I don't want a commit to be more than let's say 200 lines. Let's say 300. Let's make it a little bit larger than I would normally say. Let's make it 300 lines. No. Every change by the AI needs to pass all current tests. Cannot change old tests without asking. And must be made a git commit. The commit cannot have more than, I'm gonna say 200. 200 really. What I'd love to do is make like small, little, concise changes that are easy to review. Boom, 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 boom. And then, you know, you can move on. The commit cannot have more than 200 lines of code change. if required, ask, if required, assist the users in breaking down the problem till you can solve it with less than 200. This is probably actually like a couple rules. We'll see if this works. I used to make them manually, so I haven't actually done a whole lot with the create rule thing, so we're gonna see what this does. So Vim mode is an extension in Visual Studio. That sucks. A real editor. A real editor just comes with it built in. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Real editor comes with it built in. I really do love Zed. Like I do. All right. Let's read this rule. Let's see it. Can you just open this, please? Thank you. I feel like this should have been a couple of rules. Every change must pass all current tests. Do not modify or delete existing tests without explicitly asking the user first. Change requires test updates. Propose the change and ask for approval. Git commit. Each completed change must be turned into a git commit, stage and commit. A single commit must not change more than 200 lines of code. We're gonna just try it as a single rule, okay? I don't know if it would do better as multiple rules. Okay. Rule, create rule again. So the next rule that we're going to create is another. Can I make this a little bit bigger for you all? There we go. Wait, it's not so puny. Okay, so the next rule that we're going to create. What is the next rule we're going to create? Oh, the next rule that we're going to create is to do with I forgot it. I remembered, and then I started speaking again, and then I don't know what's happening to my brain. Oh, I remember. The next thing that we want to do is we want to use language-based best practices. I don't know if this is going to help. So I was looking through ZeroClaw, right? And I was looking through, I was looking through like its code, right? And when I was looking through it, I noticed that like, I don't know if it's in this, but like, so this one will use anyhow result, and in another file, it will literally return a tuple of true, false, and a string. And then in another one, it will return a custom struct. Like it doesn't stick to a way of doing it. And in another file, it will not use anyhow. It will just use result. It's a little wild. And so like I wanted to do things like when you make a code change, it should follow industry standards for the language and maintain consistency with the rest of the project. For example, if anyhow result is used everywhere should use anyhow result and not std result or some other method to return results. I don't know if this is going to help or not. It's just something I've noticed in AI code that annoys me. It also makes the code harder to follow and understand and reason about. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, Rust code? No, that's not what I said. I said when you make a code change, it should follow industry standards for the language. My example was Rust. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, remove that. Okay. Code must follow language standards and match project conventions. The people who are like, well, you can just vibe code it, and like, this is the type of stuff that sheep shearing pip install. It gets stuff wrong too much. Well, idiomatic and common industry practices for the language in use. Match the rest of the project before adding code. Check how similar code in the project. No need for crate. Use the same patterns. Example, error and result types. Use the same result error style as the surrounding code. Do not introduce a new style in one place. If the project uses anyhow result, use anyhow result and anyhow error there. Do not. If the project uses, stick to that in the areas unless refactoring the whole. Do not stick to that in that area unless refactoring the whole convention. Do not mix. This is maybe okay. Do not mix styles in the same crate, same project. All right, we'll keep it with my updates when. All right, so I don't know if those things are going to help, but yeah, we'll see. Create rule. Before you tell me you have completed a task, please run all static analysis tools and run the tests. I don't want to make this Rust specific. So what tools do I, like in this case, I'd like it to run cargo check. Yeah, for this one, I'm going to just be specific because I think that I could do something more generic, but I'd like to be a generalist. I'd like to get it done today, you know. complete task. You must run cargo check and run all unit tests. To ensure the code is good. Before declaring a task complete, run cargo check and all unit tests. This is not Vibe++ coding. You are saying follow industry standards, but wouldn't it be better to have a list of... No, I agree. It should be a list of standards would be better. And, you know, I actually think I kind of made this vague, and I think what you're saying is actually like, do the inverse. Be descriptive. Give it a list of the text that you want it to use and say use those. And maybe that's actually the right way of doing it. So like, let me actually rework this, because I think you're actually correct. I don't know what you mean by Vibe++ coding though. I'm assuming that's a joke. This one is prescriptive. We want cargo test and cargo check. But I think your other point is valid. Your joke is valid too. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the joke, and that's okay. But I understand the point, and the point is valid. That, in this, we shouldn't be vague. Oh, yeah. I am a... Dude, staff? I'm a senior principal vibe coder. Please. It's actually kind of interesting. Principal and staff get flipped depending on which company you're at. I always consider principal above staff, but some places staff is above principal. I'm going for whichever one is at the top. I'm at the tippy top. Top of the game. Okay, so, yeah, let's actually do this. What, consistency and standards. All right, so I actually, maybe what I want to do is, do I want to dictate? I agree with you, Gray Hatter. I like just by the words, but like the definitions, I just know that it's not true. Like it's not a fact that companies follow that. We are in agreement, Gray Hatter. This is gonna scare you, Gray Hatter, but I'm gonna let you in on a little bit of truth. There's just a wee bit of insanity that goes on in the world. So, just because it may be insanity does not mean it does not happen, okay? We're just gonna leave it at that. We don't need to dig in or poke that bear any. That's just the world we live in. All right. I'm going to delete this one. I agreed with you. Oh, I know. They have engineering fellows or distinguished engineers. It's great. You're like, what's a distinguished engineer? Or it was like, what are we doing here? But you just said that principal was most important. So if you have a distinguished engineer or an engineering fellow, then the definition of principal as most important doesn't hold true anymore. Principal should be held for the distinguished engineers, right? I don't know. I don't care too much. Except the big one that I care about is the staff one. The places that have staff as a higher level than principal really is weird. Fellow in my, we pay him to give us advice. He's not required to leave or deliver anything. That might be fair. I would be happy for somebody to hire me as a fellow. I'm good with that. That's what I need. I need somebody to hire me as a fellow. That's the dream. That's the dream. All right. I'm just like, my first advice to the person that hires me as a fellow would be like, don't hire me as a fellow. Like, that's probably a bad move. Like, let's be very real. Okay. Instead, the rule is going to be that we have to create rule. It's just a flex? Okay, well then you might as well give me the money to flex, right? Like, we have merit counts. A super successful streamer, YouTube content creator, educator, grass grower. I'm very good at growing grass and pine trees. Grass and pine trees and maple trees. So my opinion matters. Obviously. And I didn't exaggerate on being super successful in any one of those things. All right. Let's start a new one. I want to create a rule. Now, what I'm trying to think here is, do I want to explicitly lay these out in the rule, or do I want to point them to a doc and say, like, follow what's in that doc? But then that feels like indirection for indirection rule. So I'm just going to put it in the rule. All right. When writing Rust, the world's #4 HTMX developer. Exactly, Russ. I forgot HTMX. Oh my gosh. You know how much consulting I could do with that? There's like at least 2 companies that I could consult on, but unfortunately they employ the other 3 HTMX developers. So maybe not as important. I'm not the only one to forget it. You know what? I love the idea of HTMX. I really do. It makes other things more challenging. So like, in its simplicity, this is like almost true with everything. The simplest answer is almost never the simplest answer in a complex scenario. And what I mean by that is like, the simplest answer of we just run on one machine is great until you run into the fact that you need to run on 2 machines, right? And like there's just not a big enough machine to handle your traffic or a big enough cable to handle the data that needs to come in and out. And so like, now you can't do the simplest thing because the simplest thing doesn't fit all of the requirements. And so finding the simplest thing for all of the requirements, all the problems that you have is really the task at hand. Yeah, which is hard. When writing Rust, you must follow the following you must follow the industry standards as enforced by cargo check, but also you should favor using the following instead of using other packages or actually, let me rewrite this a little bit. You should leverage crates instead of rewriting the wheel. This is another thing that I've noticed. Actually, this is a great one here. If you look at, there's actually several good crates that like support a bunch of different AI models. But if you actually look into this, I forget where it is that they, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's not tools. No, it's not tools. Oh, I forget where it is. Oh, providers. So if you look at this, something that's terrifying to me and what I really hate is that the AI will just write its own. And look at how many tests they maintain. So like all of this is tested. So over half of the file, which I think is good. I think this is great. And I think this is what you need to do. But when over half the file, this is a lot of code to maintain when there's already a crate that does it. So we should leverage those crates. And AI is the worst about like, I'll just rewrite it. Every line of code is a liability whether you or an AI writes it, period. It doesn't change that. You should have as few of them as you can. You should leverage crates instead of rewriting the wheel. Maybe this should be, this should probably be just one of its own. Let's just have this as a rule. And then we're gonna create a rule that it should use the approved crates first. I want it to like leverage certain paradigms and stuff first. Yeah. Beautiful. All right. Keep that. Like it. Love it. Next rule then is that we should have done this before I vibe coded anything. I actually kind of like, maybe we should go back and vibe code. The problem with vibe coding is it's boring. It kind of takes time. You know what I might do is I'll vibe code and like I'll do the exact same prompts, but with these rules, and see if it comes out to a different place, right? That's what I'll do. Create a rule. So this one is use. I want to say these priority crates. It's not these priority crates, but these are. They're not the priority crates. I want these to be the methods and what am I trying to say? Maybe I need to ask ChatGPT. Create rule. Prioritize usage of the following crates and methodologies. Oh, geez. I wish they would put a spell check in this. I just kind of wing it. It generally does okay, but I just kind of wing it, and it sucks. Being dyslexic and trying to type in a place that doesn't have spell check is the worst. Vibe coding can be fun to watch when it goes horribly wrong, but only for short amounts of time. Otherwise, it's like watching a 3D printer. Dude, what are those 3D printer streams doing? I don't understand. Like, if somebody just has it up on their TV, that's what I'm assuming, that people just load it up on their like, it's like, there's like a ferret stream where this person rescues ferret. And like, people watch the ferrets. I have chickens. Maybe I've been doing this wrong. I just need to have a chicken stream. Dude, now I want to strap a GoPro to my dog when he's like doing search and rescue, and you can just like get motion sickness as he runs through the woods. Yeah, or when he's chasing a deer. Like, just go for it. Go get motion sick. Watch that stream. Thank goodness you can't smell the ferret stream. Oh, goodness. Ferrets and rabbits. So my daughter has rabbits, and I told her this. Rabbits have a particular musk about them. I don't know what it is. Don't let Togglebit know I said this. If you guys want to see an actually skilled developer, go check out Togglebit. Fantastic guy. Pretty sure he'd be upset about my rabbit mentioning shenanigans, but they have this smell. Same with ferrets, and it's just, it's fine. I love our little rabbits. Russell, it's a good point. Like, it's just what you're used to. Are you used to a human smell? Then, yeah. Use let's see. I'm just gonna bullet point this. Use anyhow for results and errors. What is the? I haven't stayed up on Rust traceability. What is the main traceability tool create for Rust? I think it's actually built into Rust now, right? I think that's what I missed. We will probably use Tokyo, so. Three months ago? Is it, I don't know what I should. All right. Tokyo. Prefer Tokyo projects. I really just want all Tokyo projects. So like Axum, like if you're going to do a web server, use Axum. If you're going to do tracing, use Tokyo tracing. They generally produce really high quality stuff. So like, just because a ferret peed on you, Scott, doesn't mean you have to say that they all smell like that. I'm just saying. I wonder what percentage of Rust code bases don't use Tokyo. Yeah, that's actually a cool. I would love to know that. Prefer Tokyo projects. Yeah, prefer Tokyo projects. That's all I can say. What else are we gonna do? Prioritize usage of the following crates and methodologies. What's another good one? Yeah, this is functions should Unix principle. I feel like Unix principle is too broad, but that's what I was, functions, prefer, testable, functions with, well-defined input and output. Oh, I didn't finish the list. I meant shift, enter, and I hit enter. Oh. If you aren't sure about lifetimes, keep adding new ones until it works. Oh. I need, please add Surdy as the preferred serialization framework. I don't feel like that's all. Let's open this up and look at this. This feels like too much is in the description. Let's do this. Come on, the AI can fix this. Let's keep all, and then let's do this. Yeah. Can this be turned into a description instead of a list? It still did a list. Okay, whatever. So what I don't know is how much the description affects the bot. I like this now, so I'm gonna be okay with this right here. Yeah. Is it a free course? If it's a free course, you should post a link. All right, use anyhow. Results and errors, use anyhow. Async, prefer Tokyo. Serialization, prefer Surdy. Let's see. Please add favor early return and keeping functions small and with only one I want to say one goal, one priority, one thing. A function should do one thing. Keep functions small with only one goal, one purpose. Yeah. Responsibility was the word. I'll edit it. I'll edit it. Dang, that was a good word. Rust creating design priorities. Anyhow, Tokyo Serde testable function, early returns, and small single purpose. I really don't want the list, but like I don't know if the list is important to how they do cursor rules. That I don't know. Favor early returns, validate and bail out. At the top, keep the happy path linear and unindented. Keep functions small and focused on one responsibility. Responsibility. If the function does validation, IO, and transformation, split into smaller functions. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm not actually testing the good. Let's see. Does this really do early return? Yeah. Okay, cool. Any big ones that I should put in here? Like, anything else that I'm missing right now that would be good for a Rust project to be like really descriptive of this is how I want the project to look. I wonder if oh, that's not at all. I'm just pressing buttons. Cool. Oh, these are like 2 hours long. These are awesome.
You can actually just type CD and nothing, and that will whisk you back to that original folder no matter where you are.
I like this guy. He speaks with his hands, and I just feel like this is, you know, something I appreciate. I think it actually, what you'll find is that people that leverage their hands to speak are more expressive, actually can get their point across more cleanly, and I think it's a great example. This right here. This man knows how to speak, not just using words, but your full facial expression, and most importantly, your fingers. I get behind that 100%. The appropriate when you talk about Python is either the reach to the side for Python or is Python. That's how you, like, what the British didn't realize. And this is no fault to them. They live on an island that rains a lot. I'm sorry. I am just joking. I gotta keep a straight face while doing this. What the British didn't realize is that the English language was too primitive for verbality alone. What it really needed was both facial and hand involvement to get the full expressiveness of the English language. So when we're talking about Python, or I don't know what I'm doing here. Don't learn English from me. Go to England and learn English there. You'll have a cool accent. The funny part is, they'll be able to tell England's a small little island, right? Like, really small space. And their accent changes, like, per kilometer, which isn't even per mile. My next neighbor is a mile away. So, like, if our accent changed as fast as England's does, like, holy crap, the number of accents we would have here in the United States would be outstanding. I don't know how they keep up with it, but then the other thing that's amazing is they'll be like, oh yeah, he's from Edinburgh. And you're like, where's Edinburgh? And you're like thinking it's another country or something, and they're like, oh, it's about 3 kilometers to the east of here. Excuse me? Excuse me? That's fair. Maybe the language is too sophisticated for us. Maybe that's the actual problem. I don't like to see it that way. That's not the reality I live in. So, like, that's not the reality I live in, okay? I'm just gonna leave it there. The language can't be too sophisticated for me. I actually think that I was born to live in England. I love a good downpour. Like, I absolutely love a good downpour. I think it's like, if I would be in a better mood if it downpoured more often. I just love the ambiance, the smell. There's a smell with a good downpour. There's the sound of it hitting the buildings and the trees, the rustling of the trees. Like, there is something about a good downpour that just is fantastic. I love sitting on a porch, a covered porch, working on my computer during a downpour. Everything in moderation. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You get sick of the rain on day 17. This is the same when it snows. Like, the first month that it's cold and we have like a foot of snow, I'm like, yes. And then the second month, I'm like, please, I just want to be able to drive down my driveway without getting up in the morning and spending an hour plowing it so that I can leave my house. Like, can we please just stop snowing? So yeah. We have been known to abuse tea. I believe that I still, to this day, abuse tea. Because I try not to drink sugar. And so, like, when I drink coffee, I drink it without sugar. And when I drink tea, I try to not drink it with sugar. Now, I haven't fully gotten it. I either need a little bit of maple syrup or a little bit of honey. Like, I have to have a little bit of each. Like, just a teaspoon of one or the other. Not a whole lot, just a little. But I have to have something. And then on top of that, I don't know if it's the tea that we get. I need just a splash of cream in there as well. Just a splash of cream. I don't know and I love it that way. Like, it is amazing that way. I super love it. But both of those are required, in my opinion. I can do tea without the sugar if it has a splash of cream. Yeah. Okay, so a fun little story is I got something from Canada, and an actual, it's heavy equipment. So, like, when I say I got something from Canada, it was put on a tractor trailer in Canada, and from Canada, they drove it to my house. And so the driver is Canadian, and we were talking about the hard winter because it had been a really hard winter, and I was asking, how they were up there, and he had like the quintessential perfect Canadian accent. I loved it. And it was right when we were tapping maple trees. And he was like, we were talking about the maple season. It was amazing. Canadians are my spirit animal, or spirit country. Spirit country. I do believe. I do believe. It's, oh man, I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it because I tried to do the Canadian accent. I'm really bad at accents. And I don't want to ruin it because I love the Canadian accent. I wish that I had it. I wish that I had it. Not the Canadian French accent. I know what an English French accent is. That's not the one that I'm talking about. By the way, I'm talking about like the Alberta accent, not the Toronto or the Queen's accent. Just so we're clear. Okay, sorry. I'm getting back to the thing we're here for. I'm just gonna say it's about time. It's about time. It's about time. I am not going to disgrace their beautiful accent. I will disgrace other accents, not theirs. Mostly my own. All right, let's go with this. Now what I want to do is please review the code base based on the new rules. I need to actually do all of this so that there's no more stuff. I think I hit undo, which is terrifying. I love that the button moves. That's a good feature. Good feature that the button moves when you do it. And oh, I did undo again. Wait, go back. No, redo. I need to go back files. Redo here. What I need to do is, what was the file before this? I can't find it anymore. Shoot. Okay, I gotta go slower because they move where the undo button is. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Is there a keep all somewhere? Okay, we're through. Okay, there's a bug now somewhere where I undone something. I undone something. I do believe Russell is correct. I'm not sophisticated enough. Please review the code based on the new rule set and please make a git commit that is the initial commit. We'll start there. We're gonna have it review it based off of the rules and see if it gets any updates. Russell, I agree. And do you know what? I hate to actually blame AI for this, but I feel like the quality of code in the last 3 years has gone downhill. And it's like the little details like that, where it's like, this is just a bad UX. Like, it is known bad. And like, there's something to be said about like, take pride in the things that you make. And it annoys me because like, I like the idea of move fast and break things, and that's like good initially, but then like when you have something, like still move fast and break things, but don't push that to your user, right? Like, I don't know. And just like I don't know. Maybe I don't even like move fast and break things. Like I said, I think like initial stages that's great, and then like at some point you have to be like, no, I've grown up, and I don't move buttons on people because it's frustrating as garbage. Okay, so please review the code. We have added new rules, and I would like you to validate the code follows those rules, and if they do not, please update the code to follow them. I think this is going to be the interesting part. Like, did we create rules that it's actually going to be able to leverage to make this better? Like, so the rest of it, 90% of this code base is vibe coded, and I want to see if this actually makes changes that are interesting, right? Let's see. This is like the boring part. We have to have good topics to talk about. I think UIs are really hard because there's so many rules like what you're talking about, Russell. And I think, unfortunately, we say AI or the front end is easy, and there's so much stuff like this that is so nuanced, that is so nuanced that I don't know. I think a lot of times my feeling with AIs and UIs is that they get you like 90% there, or maybe 60% there, but like getting that fine good feeling isn't there. Like you can get a UI whipped out, but like refining it to be exactly right is so maybe impossible. Like, oh, we are adding anyhow. Okay, we're doing something. Is that the version of anyhow that we really want? I mean, I guess it's okay. It shows a lack of testing. Yeah. So this is something that I didn't report this in the news, but Cursor announced that 1/3 of their PRs are merged. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all, because I don't know that that's actually like a good way of going about it. I'm saying that like I've never gotten an AI to refine a UI in a good way. Every single time that I've tried it, I have literally sat there and argued with it for days on a thing. So like I'd like to create some UI stuff. Like that's fine. And I just tried to vibe it because I was like, I'm going to do this. And the problem was I could never get the interaction to be just right. I could never get it to be just right. I always found that I had to sit there and like, and then like the other thing that with the AIs is like when you ask to make like when you term it in words of UI, and so this might be my bad. But when you say something like, I want you to round this button, you're not talking about the code, and thus you didn't give it any context. And because you didn't give it the code context, it goes and it changes 100 front-end files. And you're just like, no. So what I found is like, I have to go in and I have to find the code that dictates the borders of the button, like the roundness of the button. And then by the time I have enough context to tell it, I already have, I can already have done it myself. So by the time I built the context for the UI stuff, I might as well have done it myself. Like, that's the problem I'm having, is like, when I tell it, like when I describe it as a feature of the UI without the engineering knowledge, it does a horrible job. When I define it as a engineering thing, I can get it to do it, but I've already done it by the time I can define it to it. So that's my problem with the UI. I don't know what the idea there is. Like, I don't know like the right way to do it. Okay, so it's making some interesting changes here. That might be good. So let's like review these. It's making a lot of changes. Hopefully this is under 100 lines. It's making a whole lot of changes. Let's see. So first we were returning a result, and we decided that we would just return a empty result. So this box dynamic wasn't really being used, right? Is this actually better? I don't think we made this better, did we? Like, okay, adding the context was good. Adding the context was good. I guess this is fine. This is fine. This is cleaner, right? We don't need the box dynamic error, because we can just pass it this way, and this is going to pass that context anyhow. So it just added context, which is interesting, because context wasn't part. We did talk about traceability, so maybe that's what maybe that's what caused this to add the context. Okay. So I like this. I'm not sure why this file just has this. I'm not sure what this does. I'm not gonna look into it too much. That seems odd that that's the whole file. Use anyhow result. Okay, so this was updated to use anyhow result instead of just result, which, because it's using anyhow now, it can remove this, right? Because anyhow allows you to do that. So this is good. This is actually, I'm actually pleased with this. This so far is working very well. Audit store, again, I'm assuming that this is because it's using anyhow. It shouldn't compile if it's not, right? Because it would need box dynamic error. So cool. Okay. Oh, here's something more interesting. Oh, this isn't actually more interesting, right? This is just the previous in the audit store, right? Yeah. Because now in the audit store we have use anyhow. So because we're using use anyhow, this function is now just doing not a box dynamic, right? And it's adding context, right? Originally we weren't using context, so the traceability is being added in there. Creating an audit table, creating an audit index. Is this actually accurate? I would need to see the line above this. For some reason, it's not giving me a whole lot of view of the, like I can open the file, which is fine, but it's not even giving me like the line numbers. Like, I don't know. This feels a little bit like trust me, bro. Like trust me, bro. Where is it? It's not even showing me in here. Oh, what I was going to say while we were talking about this, I do have to go in 5 minutes. Cursor now said that 1/3 of all their PRs are written by Cursor agents. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not reviewed. It's just that the submitted PRs, they have a larger engineering team than my entire company does. I haven't seen that much out of them, right? They have a much larger engineering team. They may be doing that, and I'm not questioning whether they're doing that. My question is, are they actually moving faster than normal engineering teams? Right? I don't know. And I can only speak from an outside perspective. I don't have any of their internal metrics or anything like that. But what they're delivering to people, it has felt very slow. You know, like their latest thing where they're like, hey, you can do things on events. Like if you make a PR, you can run an agent to do something. And it's like, okay, that's cool and like useful. But it's been years now. I don't know. Like, that doesn't seem like that big of a thing to do either. So anyways, it just got me thinking, like, you know, for how big of a thing, and they only have one product, right? They have this product, right? So it's not like they have engineering teams doing other things. So when they have like, on estimate, 100 to 500 engineers, they're working on this. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. I did look up how many engineers they have. They don't say how many engineers they have, but they did boast that like 90% of the company is software engineers, and then they have like 500 people. But the boast of 90% software engineers was like when they were 200 people. So maybe they hired a bunch of other people that weren't software engineers. I don't really know. So okay, so it seems this has actually done fairly well. I mean, this was a lot of simple stuff, but it's adding traceability. I was hoping to see some like reformat of large functions, but this is okay. This is okay. Mostly it's just anyhow, because I did notice that anyhow was like absurdly not used. Although it was used on some instances, which was weird. Oh, what's the big change here? All right, we added context. Is that all? That's all. We added context. No tests. Okay. I actually asked it to write tests for the different things, so I'm kind of actually upset. Oh, sneaky little thing. It just chunked it in 2 Git commits. This annoys me so much. Like, the idea was for it to talk to me if it needed more than that. Okay, let's see. Create rule. The commit trailer you should use should be made with love. Love and tokens. Okay, there we go. That will make me fun. That will make me fun. I'm never fun. That will make me laugh. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Who should we raid? Who deserves 9 of the best viewers out there? Who deserves 9 of the currently best viewers? Let's see. Let's see. Who do we have streaming? You know what? Let's raid the cool Theo. Let's raid the cool Theo. If you guys don't know Theo, he has been learning security stuff. He actually has a talk next week, I believe, that might be interesting to watch. So if you haven't watched him, super cool Theo. Awesome. Go watch Theo. And I will be streaming next week, and I will see you all there. Thanks for joining me. Let's hope he's hacking OpenClaw and not being hacked by OpenClaw. Yeah, that's probably a good one. All right, go have fun. Tell him I said hi and that I hope you all have a fantastic time over there. Thanks to everybody for watching. Super appreciate your support, and I'll see you all later.
Nine raiders from Merrick Council joined. Load says.
Sounds like an abusive relationship.
Merrick Counts, thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? And Raiders, how are you doing today?
Mayor Count says.
Woot. Have a fantastic stream.
Sounds good.
Gromit No says.
Am I the only one here that don't drink coffee?
Russ Rigas says.
You can be wrong, it's fine.
9 hacked OpenClaw bots reporting for duty.
Fluffy says.
So what's going on?
I'll allow it. All right, Bluffly, here you go. Here's the rundown. You ready? You got this? You ready? Codify on Hack the Box. It's an Ubuntu machine. We did a quick Nmap scan. Nmap scan, you may ask?